But anyway, um, Amnesia is a game that when it originally came out, I got it on PC, and it's an old enough game that the PC version was on a physical disc. I need you to think about that. We don't do that anymore. Anyway, give me a second, I'll get the game on screen. Run settings launcher. Oh yeah, this fucking... I forgot about like the way this game's settings things work. Alright, let's get this cranked up. Sorry, I got a cough. Texture quality high, good. Not full screen, great. Show advanced. Everything's already maxed out. I think it knows me. It knows me so well. I forgot there's two like DLC expansions, Remember and Justine. I don't remember what those are. I don't know if I've ever played them. Maybe if we have time to, we'll get through those. What is this? Hold on, I'm having trouble getting it to capture. Can you find the game, please? Here it is. Oh, this game's great. If I click out of the window, it just pauses. It just stops running. All right. Let me delete that old profile because I don't remember how old it is, and let me just do that. There we go. Vsync, please. Here we go. From the devs of Soma. And what else did they make? Oh, all the other Amnesia games.
Don't forget, some things mustn't be forgotten. The shadow hunting me. I must hurry. My name is Daniel. I live in London at Mayfair. What have I done? This is crazy. Don't forget. Don't forget. I must stop him. Focus. My name is... I am Daniel.
All right, here it is, the game that started it all. I was going to say they also did the Penumbra games before Amnesia. If you don't know what penumbra is, don't worry about it. I think I'm going to turn the gamma up just a little bit because it's looking a little dark. So I've beat this game maybe 2 or 3 times. I know I've beaten it at least twice. I think I've probably beaten it 3 times. And I remember this was the fucking horror game. I gotta turn it down a little bit too. This was the fucking horror game to play back in the early 2010s. Now, I really, really liked Amnesia the Bunker. I actually thought about replaying that off stream. Excuse me. Taking the Amnesia formula and adding survival horror gameplay to it was beautiful. This first one, much like the second one, plays more like an Outlast game where you just run and hide. Giving me controller controls because I have a controller plugged in. Playing with mouse and keyboard. That is not a document I can read. I thought maybe I could read that. Those are some fun footsteps. This is why you don't do hard drugs, kids. You'll end up like Daniel. The start of this game is kind of slow, but I think it gets pretty good as you start to figure out the narrative and learn what's going on. Jesus, dude. And your character in this game, of course, is scared of the dark, so standing in the dark drives you insane. Yada yada yada. There's an invisible sanity. Well, actually, it's not invisible. It's right here. The lower your sanity, the more likely you'll see bizarre shit start to happen. A fragrant taste of rose lingered in his mouth. Turkish delights, he thought. Just like the ones at the consulate somewhere. I mean, look how atmospheric this starts. I mean, keep in mind, this game is like... Hold on, let me Google when this game came out real quick. – 2010. So, I mean, this game is 13 years old now. I remember I had friends who had to upgrade their PCs just to play this. Don't look at the bugs. Don't look at the bugs, Daniel. Just relax. So much wind. God, God, this is a windy fucking castle. Alright, Daniel, stop grinding your teeth, dude. You're fine. You're okay. Stand in the light for a second, pal. This beginning chapter, we're safe, so I'm not gonna waste our resources. Head is pounding, hands are shaking. Dude, we've been live for like 5 minutes. Calm down.
Of August, 1839. I wish I could ask how much you remember. I don't know if there will be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. I can't tell you why, but know this. I choose to forget. Try to find comfort and strength in that fact. There is a purpose. You are my final effort to put things right. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum, find Alexander, and kill him. His body is old and weak, and yours, young and strong. He will be no match for you. One last thing. A shadow is following you. It's a living nightmare, breaking down reality. I have tried everything, and there is no way to fight back. You need to escape it as long as you can. Redeem us both, Daniel. Descend into the darkness where Alexander waits and murder him. Your former self, Daniel.
Well, it's a game where you play as an amnesiac guy. Can you believe it? Making progress, I think, is how you heal your sanity. The other children cheered him on, his name voiced in a steadily rising pace, urging him to do it. Am I really doing this? The young boy thought, and struck his victim with a rock. Welcome to Castlevania.
Alexander, is it inside the castle?
In a manner of speaking. Come, bring the lamp. You've been to the refinery, have you not?
I don't believe I have. Is it connected to the... what did you call it?
The inner sanctum. My most precious chamber, Daniel. And it lies well beyond the refinery. In fact, it lies beneath the very stone of Brandenburg.
Look at the arms on this guy. Could play basketball. See, all is clear. We opened a door and we walked through it, and now we're feeling great. Can't go that way. You know, in Amnesia the Bunker, the level of sound you made was important. Thankfully, not so much the case in this one. I guess I should go down this way first, shouldn't I? It is tough and pliant. Can't be torn by hands or tools. Oh, whose idea was it to give a horror game such a crazy physics engine? This truly is the Half-Life 2 of horror games and horror game engines. He fell to the kitchen floor. Tears were beginning to well in his eyes as he received the first kick in his stomach. Hazel remained hidden in fear she too would be punished.
May 1839. The unflinching African sun has continued to plague our expedition, making it impossible to dig until dusk. How Professor Herbert managed to find the location in these vast plains of nothingness remains a mystery to me. When I asked him about the tomb again, he told me about the legend of Tin Hanan, the mother of us all. An interesting story in its own right, but I can't help feeling there's more. Later that evening, we uncovered a passage beneath the dunes leading to a sand-covered stone structure. The professor was confident it was the tomb we sought and ordered the others to clear the way late into the dark, cold night. Tomorrow, I shall lead the men into the ancient structure, hoping to reach the burial chamber. No matter what the professor is keeping from me, the dig should yield something interesting to take back to London and the British Museum.
Hello, Sky. Welcome to the very first Amnesia. How's it going? Well, he wakes up with no memories. If you can believe it. He's, his name's Daniel. He's from London. And, he erased his own memories on purpose for a reason he can't tell himself. But all he knows is that he needs to find an Alexander and murder them. Wilhelm's contract. I hereby offer my full attention and services to Alexander, Baron of Brennenburg. This contract will reign for a total of 3 years, when my freedom shall return to me. In addition, Alexander, Baron of Brennenburg, is to recommend my services at the Prussian royal court and within the sanctum of the Order of the Black Eagle. May no man break this seal. Wilhelm, House of Garrick. So after I stream this, my Amnesia streams will be complete. Hold on, let me check something. Alright, it says I've got vertical sync on. Like I said, I'm going to try to one-off this because it's not a super long game. There are 2 side games, though, that I'd like to do as well, and I don't know how long those are.
17th of May, 1839. My hands tremble as I write. I feel a need to document my tribulation, for I fear that my memory will fail me if I linger. Today, I took some men and ventured into the dark, ancient passage we uncovered. Our torches burned faintly in the murky air as we slowly made our way underground. The men were superstitious and fearful. They argued loudly, and I felt their strange language getting to me. I mustered my strength and yelled at them to continue down the slopes and broken steps. The crudely carved passage confused me. It looked much older than the 4th century structure we had expected. The twisting path emerged into a great antechamber. The walls were lined with statues unlike any I'd ever seen. Despite their unearthly quality, I felt a strange familiarity toward them, which haunts me still. At the far end of the chamber, a great slab of stone sealed off whatever lay ahead. I gave the order to raise it, and as I pushed through the narrow space, the heavy stone suddenly dropped, sealing me inside. I was trapped.
We're slowly learning about one of Daniel's older adventures into Algeria. Calm down. It's just my sanity. Someone's playing the piano. This is a game where you want to stay in the light, and obviously there is not very much of it. But our ability to stay in the light is limited. We don't have a wind-up flashlight like Amnesia 3. We have a goddamn oil lantern. And tinder boxes. No camera. No combat in this game at all. Not a playable piano. Missed opportunity. Oil. My day's been good. I got up this morning, played some Atelier Ryza. Finished up something I was doing in that. Had breakfast. Watched some YouTube. Then I turned on some fucking BioShock 2 of all games, because I bought the BioShock collection on Switch. No, I still haven't run into, I'm like 5.5 hours in, haven't run into any major problems yet. Yeah, the BioShock collection was on sale on Switch, all 3 of them for $10.
Much of the castle is old and hasn't been tended to for centuries. When the shadow arrives, it won't take long until things start falling apart.
We're just buying time anyway. Let's do what we can.
There isn't much to be done about the walls. We should reinforce weak structures. The ground will tremble, and there's a risk everything will cave in on us, especially downstairs. Here, and there. Let's get the servants working on it.
BioShock 2 might be my favorite out of the 3, although I really like the 3rd one. I just like the big daddies and little sisters, and playing as one in 2 is great. I touched a wall, and there was a whole ass cave in. I don't know if this place is structurally sound. I like the first one alright. I've never beaten the first one. The first one I played was the 3rd one, and I did beat that one. And then later on, I played it again and played through the DLC, and I really liked the way the 3rd one ties into the first 2. Of course, the third one is a prequel to the whole series, and instead of going down, you go up. Instead of going to Rapture, you go to Arcadia, which is basically American heaven. They worship, like, founding fathers, and, yeah, it's something. But by the end of the third game, when you're playing through the DLC, you end up back in Rapture, and it's before everything's gone to hell.
1839. After pounding the unforgiving stone wall for what seemed like an eternity, I realized it was hopeless. I was trapped. I fell to the ground, gasping for air, trying to focus. That's when I saw a faint blue shimmer. My weakened body was heavy to carry, but I managed to push myself toward the enchanting light. It was waiting for me. Enclosed in dark nothingness, I felt myself drawn to the mystic light. I reached out, closing it in my hands. The faint glow escaped my fingers and began to spark brightly and spirit me away, unlocking alien memories of spiraling towers, endless deserts, and impossible geometry. The next thing I can remember is the grating sound of stone being lifted, the voices of the Arabs pulling me to safety, and grasped firmly in my hands was the broken pieces of a most peculiar relic.
He saw visions of a location the main character of 2 visits firsthand.
You have to be swift when you activate the first one. You hear that? If it stops, you'll have to start over.
Isn't all this a bit excessive?
You can never be too careful, Daniel.
But yeah, Bioshock Infinite, at the end, you go to Rapture, and you get to see Rapture a little bit before everyone starts going crazy. So you get to see Rapture when it was like a normal city, quote-unquote. And also, you find the secret password that Atlas Jack uses to manipulate the main character of the first Bioshock. Altstadt and Brennenburg Castle, 1801. Another region rich with lore is Altstadt, deep within the East Prussian woods. For centuries there have been stories surrounding the hamlet and its neighbor, Castle Brennenburg. The quiet forest-clad mountains dressed with scattered lakes is as picturesque as can be. Albeit, the area is haunted by the dark. Ask any local and you will hear proof of the widespread superstition. All travelers should indulge themselves in such conversations, since it will certainly serve as exciting entertainment. All of them have their own twists on the tales, but there are some motifs that keep reappearing. The Gatherers, this story reaches all the way back to the time of the 30 Years' War. It is said that soldiers who abandoned their duty got lost in the cold, dark woods, and were forever damned to roam the grounds. Their bodies, wrought by their tainted souls, have left them disfigured and empty of essence. Many have cited them over the years and described them as horrid revenants. They move silently through the woods, shying away from any beholder. They are called Gatherers, as they seem to follow some ambition to steal living creatures. It is their prey which can be heard struggling inside damp burlap sacks, dragged behind them, which reveal their presence. What dark scheme do they follow? A visit undone. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, the well-known erudite, visited Altstadt at the start of the 16th century. He resided in the local inn for a fortnight as he looked for remnants of kingdoms past. During his stay, all the prominent members of society paid notice, and he is mentioned in many records of the time. One day, he went to investigate a burrow in the northwestern glades, only to never be seen again. Heinrich is known to have passed away in Grenoble some 10 years later. He dismissed the notion of ever visiting Altstadt, which makes you wonder what really happened. Who was this mysterious man who visited the sleepy hamlet in the woods, and what happened to him? The Immortal Baron. The Baron of Brennenburg lives a reclusive life with his family at his castle nearby Altstadt, and like most of those of noble birth, rumors are inherited alongside with the title. Researching the history reveals little before the castle was consumed by fire in the late 16th century. It was rebuilt by Alexander, a nobleman from the Rhinelands claiming the role as protector of the Prussian state. Alexander helped the region to flourish and remained popular throughout his presumed lifetime. The family has always been secretive when it comes to lineage and heritage. Therefore, the birth and death of Alexander and his offspring has never been fully recorded. This has fed the idea that the Baron is in fact the one and the same who came from the west over 300 years ago, lived through the time of occupation, and joined the coveted Order of the Black Eagle along with the great leaders of this country. That was a book titled Local Folklore. Yeah, the character in BioShock 3 that gives Atlas Jack the password has no choice but to hand it over to him because he's halfway through giving them an ice pick lobotomy. Regarding closing of the wine cellar, Wilhelm and his fools have endangered my research long enough with their absent-minded handling of the human vessels. The sheriff is keeping a watchful eye on the forest and is killing my trusty servants. It's just a matter of time until they follow the trail to Brennenburg. I need to lock Wilhelm and his men up to avoid further investigation from the public. The wine cellar will therefore be sealed off until the matter has been handled. Either the king's men leave, or they will starve. Whatever comes first, they can rot for all I care. Maybe I'll feed them some wine. It would, in a sense, solve both of my problems. I'm not going to remember every potential threat. I definitely remembered this one. Thanks for unlocking that door for me. Monsters. Now, as far as I recall, this game doesn't possess any insta-kill monsters like 3. But it does have a nice variety of freaky, tortured souls that like to hunt you down. Ow, ow. Jesus, I tried to jump over it. I threw myself into it. How's our sanity? Head is pounding and hands are shaking. That's fine. We just gotta make some progress and we'll feel all better. Seriously, that's all you have to do to maintain your sanity in this game. Every time you make progress, your character gets a little bit of sanity back. Much like real life, I think. Yeah, Lovecraft's heroes, the more progress they make, the more sanity they lose. The desert dunes were like waves in a sluggish sea. Shit. I wasn't quick enough. The light is so nice and it makes me feel good. I'm trying to use my lantern very little here at the beginning because, I'd like to preserve oil for when it's more important. The castle's breathing. Don't worry about it. It's natural. You know, sometimes castles gotta let out a big sigh. Early alchemy experiment. This is my third attempt to produce artificial vitae. The former compounds lacked the potency I need, but I sense I'm close. Calamine and orpiment are a given, and the cuprite binds them well. This time I will attempt aqua regia instead of aqua fortis, and hope it will produce a more even solution. The experiment was unsuccessful. The solution is highly acid and proves impractical to put to any use except as a detergent. Organic tissue reacts especially violently to the solution and should be handled with the greatest care. I might be able to use the recipe, but I'm losing hope that I'll find an alchemic solution to my predicament.
There should be more cuprite. Let me see. And one part aqua fortis.
Really good sound design and voice acting for an indie game from 2010. Made by Swedish people. One day I will return. If it wasn't for the thought of you, my love, I wouldn't be able to go on. When I find myself doing terrible things, I take comfort in you. As long as I'm able to think of you and long for a life together, I know I'm better than the others. I weep for them. They lust for power without restraint, where I only crave fair judgment and a safe return. I wonder what's down there. Let's give them some literature to read. Chemical relocation. The lack of a chimney to properly vent the fumes from my most recent experiments has taken its toll on many of my less stable ingredients in storage. Some seem unaffected, but many are stained by the fumes and will be difficult to salvage. Shall do what I can and move them to the wine cellar. There, we just gotta go find the chemicals and we can do some alchemy. We've been doing lots of alchemy on stream this October. So this series has made it from the 1800s all the way to World War I and then beyond. Because the order would be Amnesia 1, 3, 2. 2 takes place the farthest into the future. A handful of sand trickled from the crumbling stone ceiling and pushed down on the brim of his hat. He braced himself as the cavern suddenly shifted and settled. Alright, this is an area I'm gonna have to start using my lantern a bit.
Where did the Baron go?
Who cares? He left us enough wine to last us a lifetime. Or at least until tomorrow.
This shouldn't be.
Alright, let's be quick and dirty down here. Well, now I'm gonna have even worse memory issues. Alright, dude, stop grinding your teeth. That sound, that crackling sound when we're in the dark is Daniel grinding his teeth. I can't get these to move. I guess I'll start with the rocks. Come on. There we go. Okay, alright. Get out of my way. Good enough. That's nice. What's going on in here?
What's happening? Oh, feels like my chest is going to burst. Oh.
My God! Wilhelm, do something!
Accept it. We're not getting out of here.
How can you say that? Alexander, you piece of shit! Let us out of here!
They were fed a concoction that caused them to rupture. Wilhelm's last words. My name is Wilhelm, House of Garrick. These are my final words, my confession and testament. 2 years ago I was summoned to the castle Brennenburg. As most of the aristocracy, I was curious about what this supposed knight of the order could want from me and accepted the invitation. The Baron was friendly and offered me a proposition. It dawned on me that the nature of the contract was sordid, and that the reason I was chosen was because of the follies of my past, and not the honors I'd been rewarded with during my time as a soldier. I was to kidnap healthy humans upon his slightest whim, and do so without asking questions. In return, he would attest to my character at the royal court, advancing my position within noble society. I would like to claim that I struggled with my decision, but it came swiftly, and I accepted wholeheartedly. Ever since that day, I've brought men, women, and children to Brennenburg. I can't remember the numbers, but there were many, perhaps even 100, none of whom were ever seen or heard from again. Tonight the Baron invited me and my men down to the wine cellar to celebrate our work. I had my suspicions as we descended the stairs, but he insisted and joined us in a toast. The wine tasted fine, and my men drank without restraint. So begins the punishment for our sins. The Baron has locked us up and returned upstairs. Forgive me for what I have done. I was weak and fell into his diabolic ways. My men are screaming, their skin has been pierced by their own tangled bones. I feel my insides revolt against their God-given nature. Blood has begun to pour from my eyes, and I can no longer. What a way to go, huh? We're almost done down here.
What was that?
There it is. The liminal man. The liminal man is watching. This game has a nice slow burn up to its monsters before they actually can hurt you. It's good. Oh man, my yeah. It'd be nice if I had a tonic that could heal my sanity. Daniel is freaking the fuck out right now. He is tweaking. There, Daniel, you should be all better now. You're done down here. Crystal clear sanity. Having low sanity doesn't really hurt you. It'll cause scare, like, it'll cause creepy things to happen, sanity effects. But, your screen will have, like, ghosting and stuff, but your physical health will be fine. Gotta take a drink real quick. I dropped my cap. I don't feel like trying to find it. All right, here we go. Time to alchemize. There, and just like that, we're done with the first part of the game. It has become impossible to avoid. The commotion in the streets begged for his attention. As he opened the shutters, the French soldiers opened fire on the two young men fighting back. This game used to load slower, which meant you had more time to read those. But now we're playing on modern hardware and it loads faster. I own, would you believe it? I own all of Frictional's games. I was looking at it, or at their list of games earlier. As far as I know anyway, I own every Frictional game.
It sure is dark in here.
Yes, and there's a good reason for it. But you can light the lamp now if you wish.
What's the reason? For the darkness, that is.
Stay close. Be careful not to stray.
What's the reason? Why is it so dark?
Pay attention, Daniel. It's important that you keep going straight and make sure not to stray.
Yeah, they dubbed Soma, Amnesia, and before Amnesia they had a series called Penumbra. The Penumbra is like 3 games they did, and then they made Amnesia. That's when they really started to catch on. And then Soma was after the first Amnesia. Then they did a second Amnesia. And a third Amnesia. A different company did a Amnesia game called Machine for Pigs. It's not very good. I don't really consider it one of Frictional's games.
22nd of June, 1839. It's been more than a month since my last entry.
After the event inside the underground chamber in Algeria, Professor Herbert insisted I return to England. He said he didn't want to risk forfeiting the entire expedition lest I took a turn for the worse. An excessive decision, in retrospect. But I'm glad it turned out that way. I found my journal this morning in the haphazard collection of things brought home from Africa. Next to it lay the broken stone orb wrapped in cloth. I tried to assemble it, but couldn't. The pieces wouldn't fit together, as if they weren't from the same object. Could I have imagined it all? Was there ever a complete orb?
Soma is my favorite game of theirs. I think Soma is their masterpiece, but Amnesia the Bunker was really fucking good.
June 1839. I feel the need to continue this journal, even though it was intended for my journey to Africa. This must be something very important. I just know it. I've taken it upon myself to piece the orb back together, but it's been more difficult than one might think. The pieces are behaving strangely. They seem to change color, shape, and texture, but ever so slightly. Yesterday, I took careful measurements and notated any significant markings. Today, I confirmed my suspicions. They were changing. I was terrified and rushed off to see the finest geologist in London, Sir William Smith. I approached the subject with care, and we discussed how rocks change form. He told me about the nature of glass, how it eventually collapses on itself, like ice slowly melting over the course of centuries. Smith eased my mind a bit, but I can't escape the feeling that these shards have otherworldly properties.
That's nice. Okay, real quick, before we continue, I've got to run to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Welcome to EB Games. Oh god, my sanity is just an ellipses right now. Daniel is not feeling well. Dude, I'm gonna need you to calm the fuck down. Can you do that for me? There's a stick. Got it. There, that made him feel a little better. He crashed to the surface. The dark Atlantic waters smothered him as he struggled to make sense of the situation. Here's this famous part. You know, no matter how many times I play this game, this part always kind of unsettles me. Now go eat some human. That isn't me. Okay, alright. We're almost through. Something large brushed against his leg and he felt himself being dragged along by the current of the beast. He pushed himself above the surface. Help, he cried as the ocean swallowed him again. Okay, alright. He felt himself being hoisted out of the ocean. The lacquered hull of SS Hortensia glittered in the soothing warm yellow light of a setting sun. There, a chunk of the game done. Look at this piece of art.
have an ascending room. Will it take us to the inner sanctum?
It will definitely take care of the vertical part of our journey. So, you have ridden an elevator before?
Yes, the Colosseum at Regent's Park has one. It takes you to the gallery where you can view the panorama.
Good. This ride might be a little longer, and in the other direction.
We have to fix the ascending room. That's our next objective. Yeah, I'm gonna check something real quick. Alright, so we can go in the machine room. You know, there's a song this kind of reminds me of. What fucking song was that? Hold on, I need to find this real quick, because it's just like, it's just burrowed into my skull. It's from an anime, I think. Yeah, I found it. Now I just have to find the song. And I found it. I found this very quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean to click out of it. Listen to this for a sec. Anyway, that's from a 2003 anime called Wolf's Rain. I don't know what it was about this song specifically that reminded me of it. But it did, it popped into my head. I think it's those strings that come in this song.
My journal is gone. What would they want with my journal?
I couldn't remember the name of the anime, so I just googled wolf anime. And thankfully Google gave me a whole list.
2nd of July, 1839. I received a letter today from the Algerian governor's office disclosing the fate of Herbert's expedition. About a week after my departure, Abdullah, one of the men traveling with us, returned from the desert. He was badly injured, as if maimed by a lion. The man rambled deliriously about the expedition being attacked by something horrible. The French quickly dispatched a search party to look for the expedition. After searching for days, they found the camp abandoned without any trace of Herbert or his men. Tomorrow, I'll retrieve the things they recovered from Herbert's tent at the customs house. I don't know what to make of it, but I'm worried for him.
Great, now I'm gonna have the tune of Heaven's Not Enough stuck in my head all day.
July 1839. Today I picked up Herbert's things at the customs house. I dug through the trove of documents he had carried and found a log detailing the expedition. The nature of this text ranged from quick notes to colourful accounts of transpired events. I skimmed the pages, trying to figure out what might have happened. May 17th, the day I was trapped inside the orb chamber, Herbert dryly states, "Recovered Daniel after 1 hour of entrapment." This confused me greatly. I was suffocating within minutes. How could I have lasted an hour? I continued reading the peculiar text. Herbert states his facts without judgment or passion, but suddenly I could read frustration into his text. He pushed his men to investigate the underground tomb, an effort which seems to have strained the minds of his men. Madness spread through the ranks, and Herbert had to take some extreme measures to continue. He finally visits the chamber himself, where he retrieves the orb to the surface. His account confuses me greatly. If he has the orb, what are those pieces in my drawing room?
I think this is the room Daniel stayed in when he stayed in the castle. How's that for a musical cue? All right, we're safe.
July 1839. It's done. The orb is assembled. I was awakened by an exhausting nightmare. Shaking and sweating, I retired to the drawing room with a cup of tea. The relic pieces lay spread across the table as I'd left them, but somehow I knew how it was supposed to be. I fetched the tar, which I had prepared to fix the pieces together, and without fault I joined them, producing the orb I remembered so clearly. The tar proved unnecessary. It was pushed out from the joining pieces as they merged on their own, with no adhesive. The ancient stone relic now rests on my table. Its immaculate surface and perfect shape could have been molded by a factory. This is all too strange.
I like this story about Daniel and this obscure, strange orb he found. Yeah, fuck pottery. He panted heavily, trying his best to keep himself from screaming. The medicine cabinet had been overturned and lay collapsed on the floor. He reached through the broken glass door and grabbed all the sedatives he could find. Somebody left a torso behind. Who would do that? Professor Taylor was the second death caused by his damned curiosity. It's crazy how many careers this one little game launched in the early 2010s. This was like the game when gaming took off on YouTube. Letter regarding the discovery of an orb. To my most trusted student and friend, Johann Weyer. The most remarkable thing happened as I was traveling through the Prussian woods this summer. I finally found one of the orbs I have been looking for the last 20-odd years. It is as inexplicable as the Heliodromus described it in the Hortus Conclusus. It was as it was told about an underground Mithraic temple crowned with the unearthly artifact. The orb was big enough to fill my cupped hands, and the texture was smooth and jagged. Its color washed while rich. Contrast is not enough to describe its nature. It was an impossibility, an artificial paradox captured within stone. I was staying in a nearby village called Altstad, investigating one of the antiquated trails, when I finally found the cavern. I went inside, and suddenly I could verify the truth of these enigmatic artifacts. They were real. As you can understand, this is the most important discovery of my life, but it has also become my greatest fear. As I entered the underground chamber, I could feel that I was trespassing. Because of my curiosity, I did my best to fight these instincts and fetch the orb from its place. I scrambled out of the chamber and into the woods. I could sense something was following me. It bayed loudly as it closed in. The beast, this guardian of the orb, was relentless in its pursuit. I made my way to a nearby ravine where I stumbled upon some men fishing the lake. I tried to warn them as I passed, but fortunately they remained as I continued Fortunately they remained as I continued my escape. When I heard their cry of pain echo through the valley, I felt such a tremendous sense of relief, thinking I would be spared. Suddenly, a blue shimmering light engulfed me, and the colors of the forest were washed away before my eyes. I kept running through the bleak surroundings. The trees had turned charcoal, black with leaves of cinder, the ground covered in murky water. I pressed on through the drenched land as the glowing ember gave way to the rising wind and rained on me. I could hear pleading screams in the distance, and I joined in as pain and fear overtook me. I fell to the ground, gasping for air. This certainly must sound strange, but I had been carried miles away across the Alps to a grassy field outside Genoa. The Guardian had taken the orb from me, but still until this day I fear its return. Sometimes I lay awake at night listening for the howling cry I heard in the forest. It has been nearly a decade since that day, and I still haven't been able to write about the incident. The last time we spoke, you told me about the interest and ongoing research into the mythic orbs, and I realized I owed you the truth about my visit to Altstadt. Your friend and mentor, Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. Yo, Agrippa de Rippa. Alright, I think that's everything in there. Nope. Nope. Agrippa de Rippa. Animal experiment. Canis lupus familiaris, 1658, April 12th. After a short study, it is clear that the agitation found among humans can be found in the dog. Fear and pain induce stress, which seems to trigger an endogenous response, causing the animal to burst with energy. I believe that the catalyst is produced in the brain. It is difficult to determine exactly where and what it is, but I can sense it. It reeks of cosmic genesis. There is an inherent problem in harvesting this energy, since the creature is bound to die from the exercise. I must refine this process of torture to enable any real work to be done. More experiments must be performed, but it seems that only human beings are able to produce the amount necessary. It might be their ability to appreciate the severity of the process that ultimately augments their experience of terror. Isn't that a nice sound in the background?
Let's see what you have to offer. What a mess. I should have sharpened the saw, but I can sense it. It's definitely there.
So the villain of this game has killed animals. That's enough for most people to decide that he deserves death. Skeletons in your closet. This is the guy, by the way. This is the villain. 1658, January 9. Further disappointment. The antiquarians' latest findings yielded nothing. I'm still unable to grasp the inner workings of life and its relation to the power I sense within it. I shall pursue more books on the subject, but I suspect it will be in vain. Since no research has been made in my particular interest, I must attempt to fill that void myself. Clearly, humans emanate more of the energy I seek, but I hope animals will suffice, as they would prove less of a hassle to acquire. The vitae that he's trying to extract out of animals and humans is something that we have to extract in the second game by torturing somebody, if you remember correctly. Can't go this way. Yeah, so we needed some vitae, and our lovely French main character tortured a dude to get it. And I believe vitae is also what turned our friend in the third game into the monster. Alright, see you when you get back, Sky. I'll be platforming. When will it be my turn? Have I not shown restraint? My patience spans centuries. From where I came, mankind is not even a wasted breath. Yet I bow to you. I have done so much for you, and I have gained nothing in return. Agrippa, I trusted you. It was I who, in all fairness, should have entered that gate. Saw blades and tools. Oil. Elevator machine instructions. If the elevator breaks down again, make sure to use the steam engine to build up pressure before channeling it into the machinery. Adjust the levers to get the right amount of pressure inside the chamber. The meters should read up 8 and down 8. Make sure the flow is set according to the following chart. Trinity steam set functions. 4-phase amplitude. Complete steam flow cycle. Note that the machine will not check proper configuration until all rods are inserted. Oh, I'm a master at inserting rods. Couple of tinder boxes. Just keep our sanity up a little bit here. I think we have everything we need here. I've got a decent number of tinderboxes, I guess. The strange letter frightened him, but it was the only one which confirmed it. Alright, I think next we have to go through that door, probably. Here we go. I remember this area. Specifically, I remember not ever being fond of it. The darkness in the storage feels strange and unnatural. Our first monster we have to properly deal with. Regarding explosive mixture. Alexander, I've prepared the explosives you needed for clearing the flood drain. Can't stress enough how important it is that the mixture is handled with care. Please try to tell your feather-brained servants this before you go ahead with your plans. The liquids are not by themselves explosive and should be kept separated to avoid further mishaps. I've arranged 2 large vats in the next room for the ingredients. All you need to do is to mix the liquids and you are ready to go. Agrippa. There we go. Don't take laudanum if you're pregnant. Gotta find all the parts first, okay. A small carpenter's drill. Do I use that on this? Yep. Beautiful.
Please, let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. I just want to go home. No! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Yeah, I have to find the other chemical. Build one of the 2 ingredients for creating the explosive mixture. Where's the other the chemical? Oh. Alright, time to blow up a hallway. There, that didn't make too much noise.
Why are you doing this? Get away from me!
It's a good place to keep your machine parts. Down here with the pigs. You know, I think there might be a game in there somewhere. Christ. Was that a fake one? Because he didn't... Fuck off.
Please, I beg you.
Okay, touch the fire and hurt yourself. Yeah, that's nice. Why can you reach out and touch that? In case of a missing rod, if a full set of 3 rods is unavailable, there is 1 rod in the inner study rooms which might work in case the elevator breaks down again. Unless it is absolutely necessary, always use the spare rods in the storage before using a mended one. I think this game's having some problems running on a modern computer. Hold on. Let me close the game down and relaunch it real quick. I don't know what's causing audio crackle. Seems to have fixed it. Oh, fuck. Well, that guy's kind of fucking in our way. I'd like to just calmly get back home. Oh, juked him. That's one of my most legendary jukes right there. Fuck. Okay, we made it. We made it. We're still alive.
Don't forget your bag, Daniel.
I won't, Herbert.
There is no shame in using a parasol in the desert. As it happens, it's imperative to your survival.
But it looks ridiculous.
The shade will hurt much less than dying, I assure you.
Where'd this guy come from? Alright, the only place left for us to go is this room. Pretty sure we have everything we need to get the elevator up and running. It's locked. Did I miss the key somewhere? We'll double check the study real quick. I hope I didn't leave it down in the basement area.
It's cold. It's so cold.
Daniel,
What?
still having nightmares, I see.
Yes. I can't shake them. They come every night.
We'll put a stop to them. You'll see.
Yeah, great. I probably left the key somewhere else. Well, I'm going to confirm if it's in the basement or not before I go back in there. No, I think it's in here. Oh.
Thank God, there it is. I guess it is a good place to hide it then.
Thank God. Lucky me, even. To the machine room. Time to fix an elevator. He panted heavily, trying his best to keep himself from screaming. The medicine cabinet had been overturned and lay collapsed on the floor. He reached through the broken glass door and grabbed all the sedatives he could find. Already read that one. We had already read that one, I'd just forgotten.
July, 1839. Today, I went to the university looking for answers. I was able to sneak into Herbert's office and pick up an address book along with some relevant textbooks. Professor Taylor at the Faculty of History was very helpful, and I managed to approach the subject of the orbs. The most interesting aspect was the prevalent trace they had left in our culture. The mythic orbs may, in fact, have inspired the globus cruciger, which so many royal regalia holds to this day. In ancient times, the orbs were held by priests as a symbol of the sun and its power. As I was leaving, I overheard a disturbing conversation. Sir William Smith, the geologist, was killed last night. Less than a fortnight had passed since I'd asked for his expertise. I know it's silly, but I can't help feeling responsible somehow.
Alright, all of these have to equal 8. I think that's what the thing said. Let's see here. That would equal 8. But this will not equal 8. Alright, we can't use the 6. It's too high value. I think, anyway. So let's assume we have to use the 5. Five plus 2 plus 1. Hey! I like the puzzles in this game.
July 1839. I've read every book I can find on the subject. While rich in legend and hearsay, my knowledge is lack for the insight I crave. I've sent letters to many in Herbert's address book and received answers of varying importance. Today, I got one which differed greatly from the others. From a baron in Prussia. He said nothing about the quaint stories of priests in underground temples. He didn't even mention them. He simply wrote, "I know. I can protect you. Come to Brennenburg Castle. Signed, Alexander." What am I to make of this? Protect me from what? Is someone after me? I looked up Brennenburg and traced it to the Prussian woods near the Baltic Sea. While being the least informative letter I've received, it causes me greatest distress and interest. As I write, my thoughts are drawn to my nightmares in which a most disturbing sound calls to me. A sound defying description. A voice from the void. The last few weeks have been awful, with so many sleepless nights dreading a repeat of those horrid dreams. Tomorrow, I shall visit my physician, Dr. Tate, in hope that he can provide me with sedatives to help me sleep.
Sedatives, in my case, usually make my dreams more vivid. Note that there are only 2 spare rods left in the storage for the elevator machinery. Make sure to only discard the ones which are badly damaged and keep the others in the inner study rooms in case all 3 would crack again. Circle, triangle, square. Where's our cross? Da da da. Junpei has leveled up. I'm so stoked for the return of Persona 3.
17th of July, 1839. How has this escaped me? They're all dead. Limbs scattered, heads split down the middle, their skin flayed as if boiled. I feel like I'm falling into myself. What's happening? Sir William Smith, Professor Taylor, now Dr. Tate. Is it following me? How can it not be? It's the damn thing I brought from Africa. Something is after me. I have no choice but to trust the Baron. He better know what he claims. If he is wrong, I suspect he'll regret it as well.
Alright, now we have to do some gear work. I think we need a piece of coal. more than a piece. Can I dunk it? Oh, nothing but net. No, fuck that one up. Okay, hold on. I do got to turn VSync back on. It wasn't perfect, but it was helping. Burner is now full of coal. There. Now let's get this steam engine fixed up and we'll be all set. I'm looking for 2 more gears. I'm looking for 1 more gear. It's a good thing Daniel has telekinetic abilities. And with that, the elevator should be all fixed. Ow. Time to go. He flipped through the Book of Monarchs, looking for etchings, and counted 9 different kings from all over Europe had been depicted with an orb resting in their hands. When does it become a rapid descent? Right now. The morning sun flickered between the pine trees. The carriage approached the castle. A faint memory of reflections in the window pane repeated itself over and over. Alright, we're okay. The elevator isn't.
Come, this way.
What was that?
Forgive me, I should have warned you. One of my responsibilities as a Baron is that of a prison warden. This is where criminals are locked up.
Like a dungeon?
Very much so. Come, don't linger.
Alright, get these big heavy beams out of our way. Welcome to the dungeons. This is going to be so great. Oh, I can't see. Oh boy, my sanity is dwindling. Yeah, look how, we're doing great. Just gonna light some torches, get our sanity back up. I'm not very fond of this section, to be totally honest.
Where is she? Where did she go?
No, I won't tell. I'll never tell you.
You're just making things worse. Look, this is no place for a young girl all by herself. She could be hurt or worse. There's no telling what horrors await down there.
A chippa. We got a hammer and a chippa. There we go. This place is nice. Okay, alright, we're working on it, Daniel. Relax.
But Mother, I don't want to leave without you.
Hurry, child. You must go. Find Gabriel, the Outrider, and tell him to alert the King's men.
No, you come too.
Please, we don't have time to make the hole any wider. Somebody's coming. Hurry! I'll cover the hole with the bed. Everything will be fine. I promise.
If only she'd been successful, I guess. He unraveled the cloth protecting the orb. Alexander reached out, picked it up, and held it up against the light. "Cover it," he said. "Keep it covered at all times." Well, I bet this part would fucking suck if you had claustrophobia. Thankfully, I'm not so claustrophobic. Although I've seen some cave diving videos and things about stuff like that, and I don't know how people do it. Kitchen.
Of August, 1839. I have arrived at the village of Altstadt. It's a haven in the midst of a vast forest and the last stop before my final destination, Castle Brennenburg. It's late in the evening, and the Outrider, who has been with the coach since Bremen, advised me to wait until morning before I venture further. I've arranged for a bed at Der Müller, the village's only inn, and am now waiting for the sun to rise. I try to sleep, but as I close my eyes, I see the men who fell victim in London. My fear and shame forces me to witness the same scenes over and over. They are dead because of me.
Moldy bread. You guys want to invent penicillin? Alright. Forward we must march. Well, shit. Hopefully he doesn't find me. I'm not very well hidden. Alright, please tell me he fucked off. Ooh. I'm okay.
Is she dead?
Is he safe? Well, it's for his own good.
3rd of August, 1839. I feel like I have fled the world and all its worries. Brennenburg is a majestic creation perched upon a forest-clad hill with towers reaching well above even the highest pine trees. Following the winding road leading to the gates gives the impression of discovering something forgotten, as if journeying with Marco Polo to the hidden Xanadu. Alexander, the Baron, is a peculiar but gracious man. He seems well versed in worldly matters and is not at all as eccentric as I assumed. My room is exquisite, and I'm confident that no hotel for miles could even hope to match it. As the sun sets on Brennenburg, its fairy tale varnish turns to an eerie gloom. Alexander's strange servants are never far away. They are a quiet lot, and their behavior could only be described as skulking. Alexander seems pleased by my presence. As he puts it, it seems like I got here just in time.
Hello, Neo. Yes, we're doing Amnesia 1 today, and I'm trying to do it as a one-off. We'll see how it goes. I'm in the prison cell area. Also, you should read the stream title. I was quite proud of it. Oh, trust me. This game scares the crap out of me, too.
Enough time.
And it's the only Amnesia game, not counting Machine for Pigs, that I haven't streamed, so...
He escaped. Where is he now?
I'm nowhere. Oh god, do I hate the prison area. My sanity is so fucked. I need some candles to light. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay, Daniel. While I thought the third Amnesia was very scary and the second one had its moments, I do think this one might be the scariest game they've done. Soma has some really scary moments too, but I still feel like overall this is the scariest game. Okay. We can go scoop up that acid. I don't remember what I need it for. I found the acid, I found the container for it. I don't know what I need acid for. I need that funny fellow who just showed up to go fuck himself. Oh god. How do I break this padlock? Is that what I need the acid for? God, I wish I had my gun from Amnesia 3. This game makes me tense right up. Like, I play this game the way I play Dead by Daylight without even realizing it. I just fucking start crawling everywhere. Hello, Sky. Welcome back. Being crouched makes me feel safe. Okay, fuck off, dude. I'm just a barrel. I'm doing my best barrel impression. Alright, time to figure out what we need the fucking acid for. Can't wait to be out of this part of the game. Seriously, Jesus Christ.
Shimmering light.
So how are we all doing this lovely afternoon now that we're all done with work and we're chilling? Beef stroganoff, huh? I'm glad you're excited for this, Neo. I like this game a lot too. I just don't play it very often. Two cistern entrance. It's a scary game. I was in... I was in middle school the first time I played this game. 8th grade year. Alright, good. We're done with that shit.
So you used the drain sewers as a means of transport?
Yes, they were built to divert water from an underground spring and are quite spacious. It seemed only natural to incorporate it into the overall structure.
But we won't be using it.
Not today. The flow is seasonal, and when the spring runs dry, the damp tunnels produce a rather poisonous type of fungi. There is an antidote, of course, but we won't be bothering with it today. Come, this way instead. We're almost there.
Did anyone else see that? That was amazing. I probably couldn't replicate that if I tried. So Sky, how did you feel about this game when Neo tried to get you to play it? Is there any reason you didn't play it? Its gears need to be greased. Gonna have to go get some butter. Yeah, okay, we're not gonna go down there like Raiden would. I'm gonna be proud of the fact that I beat the game as a middle schooler. How do I grease this fucking lever? Am I not yet ready to be here? Like, do I have to go back and get something? I'd really like to not do that. To enter the sewer, it must first be drained. Damn it, I think I have to go back and get something. Oh, never mind. That's a precious resource to have be leaking out into the ground. Okay, who the fuck built this? Who put a pipe there? That's okay. I made an epic trick shot and nobody was around to see it. Oh, Neo saw it. Well, watch that clip when you've got eyes, Sky, because Jesus Christ, I don't know how I pulled it off. It was a total fluke. But the amazing thing is how, like, smoothly it went in. Yeah, giggity. Earlier I had to insert some rods to get an elevator working.
You're conserving water from the spring.
Yes, it enables me to control the water in the drain sewers to some extent. Also, it can be used for all sorts of purposes.
Like for drinking.
Well, that too. But mostly to run different machines.
Ah, like water mills.
Exactly.
Is this a cistern? Is that what this would be called? There's fish swimming in it. You probably don't want to drink this water, Daniel. There's actually fish swimming around in it. I love that this game has mandatory platforming. Oh, good.
7th of August, 1839. There is no denying that Alexander puts a lot of faith into what I can only describe as magic. I'm not surprised. Even while traveling across Europe, I assumed I would have to embrace the supernatural to save my mind and life. As a novice, I do everything in my power to stay focused and not dwell too much on my own doubts. Alexander woke me up early and told me it was time we got started on our work. He was obviously excited to get going, and we headed downstairs to the old dungeon, where he preferred to attempt his rituals. It turns out that Alexander is a true Renaissance man, paralleled only by Da Vinci, I'm sure. He showed me several rooms fitted for specific research, such as anatomy studies, alchemy, and botany. The crown of Brennenburg must be the inner sanctum, a most hallowed ground where we shall attempt to permanently banish the orb's shadow.
If only you'd been successful. I've redirected the sewer water. I'm not... Wait, actually, yeah, I needed to do that so I could go down into that area that was flooded. Oh, and I've killed somebody in the process. How quaint. It's attached to a rusty chain in the ceiling. Wonderful. Yeah, this game has some of my favorite puzzle solving, and that's what hooked me to it as a kid. The horror was something that needed to be overcome to enjoy the rest of the game.
8th of August, 1839. I could never be certain until today that I was on the right path. Using my orb, Alexander managed to channel its power unto us. The inner sanctum flared with blue, fiery light, and I could feel the same things I felt in the dark chamber in Algeria. It was like standing in a mad whirlpool of impressions. It was terrifying, but Alexander kept calm and wielded strange tools of science in order to tame the storm. Suddenly, the blue light was stained by strains of red. and the walls burst with pulsating tissue resonating with the scene. Alexander quickly covered the orb in some cloth, and the unspeakable thing vanished. Apparently, the orb's shadow is closer than Alexander thought. He said I should prepare for a warding ritual tomorrow. I'm not sure what he expects, but I have a bad feeling about this.
What, Neo? What are you so excited about? The puzzles? Or the monsters? Oh, yes. Yeah. That's how I felt as a kid.
August 1839. It is still early, and Alexander is busy preparing for the ritual later today. Seeing him this worked up makes me question why. What does he stand to gain? I realize he is curious about it all, but surely there must be more. Is he so foolish he will attempt to tame the power of the orb? I must admit that yesterday, when Alexander flooded the inner sanctum with blue light, I realized we had but graced the orb's true potential. This might turn out to be more than escaping a creeping shadow. It might be the beginning of something truly extraordinary.
Is that all there was for coming? Oh, no. We got a thing to turn. Good. Alright, puzzle solved. Person drowned. Monsters await. Potentially. Alright, we're okay. Time to go. Alexander knew there must be a way to finish the ritual before it was too late, and to teach his friend to harvest the Vitae. That much was certain. We haven't gone in the control room yet. Let's take a look in here. Oh, yeah?
Herbert, how did we find this place?
An old friend back in Algiers gave me a map.
Why isn't he with us? Didn't he want to come?
He wanted to, Daniel, but things don't always turn out the way we planned.
Okay, I don't know if I'm ready to be in here, but let's check it out. Got a piece of a pipe. Weights. Cranks. Stuck in its position. Can't seem to do anything in there just yet. Just in time for darkness. Yes, the game is dark. Hopefully you can see something. like my brilliant puzzle solving skills. Wooden crank. Hell yeah, now we can crank that. There's a lot of machinery here, and I feel like I shouldn't be messing with it. What's this for? Making butter? Listen, bad things happen to good people, and there's nothing I'm going to do about it. Okay, I guess this just serves as the solution for what we already solved. 13th of January, 1799. America has been founded since this was written, or, you know, before this was written. The work I have put into this machine is unequaled by the reasoning of any man. The thought that generations of men have passed away since I first attempted to reconstruct the design is most tiring. The limitations of this world have made my work incredibly difficult. It has forced me to build the thing almost 100 times larger than the delicate contraption it tries to emulate. Not to mention the flow of tamed lightning crudely replaced by pressured steam pushing its way through pipes and turbines. It shames me to think of what the inventor would have thought of my monster, where he works with a magnifying glass to carefully fix all the parts. I pushed 5 men to erect a tower of wrought iron in the hope it will have even the tiniest hint of the power found in the Traveler's Locket. Yeah, I bet we could prop this door up a little more even. Almost had it. Gotta be a little quicker on the draw there, pal. Get in there. Okay, so maybe the room on the opposite side also has weights that we need to fix. Yep. Alright, mirror image. Let's see here. Left weight, lowest, higher, middle. Middle one's got to be the highest. Dun da da da. I fucking aced that puzzle.
Daniel, is that you? What are you doing?
I'm waking the castle back up. Oh. Come on. Surely that's got to be breakable somehow. Perhaps not. Perhaps that's just a detail to look at. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There sure are a lot of boxes around here. It'd be a shame if someone used them to build some crude stairs. Is this really something I should be doing? Well, I'm going to do it. But I feel there is truly no point in doing this. There is no reason to have done what I have just done, though it worked so beautifully. Alright, these pipes that are lying around, I need them for something, but what? I mean, maybe I don't need them. Maybe I've done everything here I need to do. Am I done? Have I done everything? The only room that doesn't seem to have anything going on it. Oh. Okay. I got it. Alright, let's see. Apparently that can only go there. Well, how about you go there? No, it really wants to go into this spot. Any pipes in here? No? Okay. Yeah, this doesn't look like the design over there at all. But there's still a pipe missing. Okay, I guess you're right. Don't tell the Mario Brothers. Oh, really? A bit excessive for just one bridge, don't you think, Alexander? Yay, alright. More. Oh, yay, the morgue. He waited for his eyes to adjust to the darkness, but no shape or contour appeared.
Do you see, Daniel? It has yielded.
What?
The shadow.
It has?
For now. Come, let's get this out of here so we can get some peace.
Yes, let's. Where to?
Just down the corridor, to the morgue.
Are there more dead men there?
You did well, Daniel. Come, let's get going.
You guys ready to go to the morgue? And no, that is not a nonchalant threat on your life.
What happened? Why are all these dead? Where am I? What's happening? Help! Anybody! Help!
Copper tube. Look at the clawing at the walls.
3 days now. This is ridiculous. Why doesn't someone come to this room? Hey! Anybody! Am I all alone here? Help! Help! I'm so tired. If I sleep, will I wake from this nightmare? If not, I pray my Heavenly Father will take me in my sleep.
Use the bones of all your comrades and just fashion a tool to get yourself out. We got a little mouse fellow running around. Oh, I remember this part. As soon as I saw the fucking dead body.
I hear you breathing, Daniel. Do you hear me? Have you changed your mind?
I think this was the first video game I played where I saw a dick in a video game. Plague outbreak. The strange deaths among the servants and the prisoners have finally been resolved. It seems that the drain sewer, which has recently been opened up for use as a means of transport, is plagued by a peculiar poisonous fungi. No. The victims seem to have suffered an extremely quick outbreak of sickness affecting the entire body. Some of my men, including myself, are blissfully spared by this calamity, but it is clear that this cripples my progress. The prisoners die quickly, and their contaminated vitae lacks the energy I seek. I shall immediately start working on a vaccine. No, I was 11 when this came out. I wasn't like, oh, holy shit, a dick. I was just like, oh, dead body. I fear for Daniel, for he is reckless. He is tainted by the approaching shadow and will not be able to pass the gate. Will he be able to accept this in the end? My love, I've seen evil in him. How am I to trust him with the truth? What cruel irony that I have to do unto him what Agrippa did unto me. Vaccine trials. The vaccine enabling my men to work in the fungi-ridden sewer is a definite success. Unfortunately, only a few of the servants have been remedied, as the procedure proved difficult. The others will perish, and eventually I will have to create more of them to keep my experiments running. Note that an injection of vaccinated blood will work as a shield long enough to pass the sewers without any risk of infection. It will do fine for prisoner transport. Look, a whole bunch of dead bodies. These are fresh, too. They haven't had time to rot. You know, growing up, most of the games I played were Japanese. And the ones that weren't were games like God of War, which had boobies in them, but no nudity other than that. So I think, yeah, I really do think this was the first time I'd ever seen like an animated penis in anything. I know that's a really that was interesting. I know that's a really strange observation to make, I suppose. But it's just, you know, I think that's the case. All right, let's drill into this guy. What else do I need? A jar? No. You want me to use the copper tube? There we go. Stick that in there. And now we just stick our arm on that. We turned that guy into a fucking... We turned that guy into a fucking soda fountain. Anytime now, dude. My sanity is waning. Alright, come on. Come on. Come on, Daniel. Pull yourself together, man. Light a candle. It'll make you feel better. There you go. Light some candles. That always makes you feel better. Let's-a go. The red taint burst from the walls as if they had begun to bleed. He cried out in fear as the spectacle began to consume the blue shimmer. Perfect, perfect loading screen text after the conversation we just had in that room. Alright. We can go down into the sewers now. We have the vaccine in our body. Henry Bedloe went to class carrying the anger of his bitter mother. He never cried. He made others cry instead. Pain is like that. You either become sad or you become angry. Henry always chose the latter. I'm not fond of this part. What's your favorite part of this game, Neo? That which lurks below, the water monsters. The water monster is only like a one-time thing though, isn't it? Or do they come back? Very nice. Yeah, I'm gonna say I imagine, or I remember only one time near the beginning. Little gear, medium gear, big gear. I don't know. The two levers control the noisy machine. What's my goal here? Well, that makes the noisy machine quiet, and I kind of like that. I'll come back if I have to. Would you fuck off? Would you kindly go fuck yourself? I think we're okay. Where are the Ninja Turtles when you need them? It's pizza time. Yeah, I think I remember what to do with this.
What's happening? What are you doing? Let me go! Please, don't take me! Nobody ever returns!
Da-da-da. I solved the first part of the puzzle by just wanting to make the machine as quiet as possible. It turned out that's what I needed to do. Alright, the red taint has arrived. That's fine.
Daniel, turn around this instant. You are carrying the shadow with you.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to get rid of it. Man, I can't wait till we meet my best buddy, Agrippa the Rippa. Are we okay? I don't think so. We are not okay. We are not okay. This is not good. We're okay. We're not okay. Why is he just puppy guarding that direction? Oh god, I hate horror games. Yeah, I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure. I very much... Hate is a strong word. I very, very, very strongly hate horror games. There is never any escape. Things like this live with you always. How could he know if Henry would show up down the road or even at his house? Is he that mad? Would he do that? When do we meet Agrippa the Ripper? Come on. I hate that horror games are among some of my favorite games to play. Like horror games and RPGs. Come on. Is this my lot in life?
Ninth of August, 1839. I can't stop sweating and shaking. The warding ritual was not something of a sane mind. I did not even realize the dungeon was still in use. Alexander had his servants bring one of the prisoners, a murderer, he told me. Alexander made all the arrangements, but he said I had to perform the ritual in order to have the right effect. The shadow could be led astray by the blood of another. Killing the man would provide us precious time. What else could I do? Alexander said it had to be done. He is saving my life. I don't have the luxury of argument.
We did play a horror RPG, remember? It was Kudelka. And there are other great horror RPGs out there that I could check out in the future. The thing is, I mean, that was kind of a joke. I love way more than just horror games and RPGs. If anything, watching my streams, that should be pretty obvious. I do find myself, whenever I'm looking for a new game, though, those are like the two categories I check first.
Agrippa, I need you to stay awake. Can you feel the syringe?
No, I can't feel anything. Alexander,
Yes.
soon I won't even be able to move, will I?
Your life is safe.
I don't doubt that. But will it be worth living?
Laboratory. We gotta get in there. Yo, it's Agrippa the Ripper.
Help me. Who's the switch? Thank you. You have my gratitude. My name is Agrippa. Who might you be? Daniel? Like the prophet thrown into the lion's den? Tell me, are you among the lions, Daniel? You want to stop Alexander? Oh my, so Babylon shall fall, you say? You've hurried too much. Alexander is toothless without an arm. Yes, that's not very promising at all. The sanctum is basically impenetrable, but against the wild hole. It could be breached by another, but Alexander broke his, my own, a long time ago. Really? Then if you tell the truth, by all means, seek out the pieces of the broken wall and mend away. I believe he uses them for torture now. They practically leak matter, which is quite useful, I understand. There should be 6 of them. Look around the choir and the transept. You should be able to find them there.
Isn't it interesting how Agrippa here talks?
Daniel, I hate to bother you further, but if you're really going after Alexander, would you consider taking me with you? I know it sounds ridiculous. Look at me. But if you find anything concerning a man named Johann Weyer, would you please bring it to me? I believe he was working on a way to help me. A recipe for some sort of potion, a tonic, to free me from this husk of mine.
Yes, this is his voice comes out of here. As you can see, he has no bottom jaw.
What lever? Oh, that one. So many of Alexander's things are breaking down. Look around. Maybe the other room. There are machine parts hidden all over this place. You'll find a way to fix it. To me, I'm Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. I was once quite important, you know. Baron Alexander has sustained my soul in this dead husk for years. Who knows how many? Hundreds, I presume.
He's pretty chipper for the condition he's in.
Alexander is quite impressive in many ways, but he has grown impatient.
Is that all fixed? I think that's all fixed.
I'm the next best thing. Alexander really was none other than Johann Weyer. You never heard of Johann Weyer? My God, boy. He's probably the greatest man in history, and you don't know him? Or is it the world who has forgotten him?
Alright, I'll be back, Agrippa. Here are the solitary torture cells. Got some meat.
I know this. I've been here already. I know this taste. A taste of Damascus rose obfuscating the truth in a dim haze. They may sweep the traces from my memory, but my body remembers. These cuts speak volumes, even though my mind remains silent. They will be back. They will be back.
Torture them, erase their memory, torture them again. Keeps them from getting used to it. Alright. Time to go through this door. Yeah, we're fine. We keep hearing remembrances of sounds. Like echoes of the past. I'd say Daniel's doing as well as he could be expected, given his present situation.
Just a little further.
It's like Orpheus descending into the underworld.
Are you hiding something?
What do you mean?
Never mind. Your intuition is remarkable.
I'm not sure I'm following.
It doesn't matter. It's just a myth after all.
I don't think I can go in that hallway. That's the goddamn microwave radiation hallway from the end of Metal Gear Solid 4. Alright, where'd that funny guy go? I know he spotted me a minute ago. The enemies in this game have a habit of appearing and disappearing. Shattered orb. All is lost. I must once again start over. Ever since I recovered the orb first found by Agrippa, I have depended on it for my research. The incident with Wilhelm made me most impetuous. Fearing a paucity of prisoners, I proceeded with the final ritual without proper foresight. The orb cracked and fell into 6 parts. I've tried everything but have yet to mend the thing. Unless I can think of a way to piece it together, I will have to find another. There is still life in the pieces, and even if the orb isn't restored, might be able to salvage some of its power for some other purpose. Centuries have passed in vain, and I begin to wonder if I will ever be able to see my love again. How much longer can I sustain my life? All this madness for some love? Here it is, the famous golden statue that, was made famous by thou who shall not be named. It's a nice room. All that awaited me was some oil.
August 1839. Banishment ritual is taking longer than expected, and we have to do what is needed. I spend my time helping out the prisoners. Being around these degenerates makes me ill. None of them even tries to face their punishment with any kind of dignity. They taunt me with their lies of innocence and their cowardly pleas of mercy. What can make a man fall so far from the grace of a civilized existence? They are all wicked men, and I remind myself of it constantly. Still, I am thankful for God sending these monsters our way, as they will serve as the instruments of my salvation. I try to study the different tools in the torture chamber and learn how to use them effectively. Last time was messy, and the effect suffered from my inexperience. When the next warding is to be performed, I shall be ready.
Okay, all right. We're gonna look at some old torture devices here in a minute. Excited? It's gonna be like a field trip. Don't think I can do anything else here.
Is this guilt I'm witnessing, Dan? If so, blame yourself. You started this. You sent me that letter asking for help, and this is how you repay me? How dare you!
Is there more I can do here?
Whatever it takes.
No, I think we're done here for now. Back to the nave.
These cells are meant to hold prisoners who are under treatment. The people you send for will end up here. Remember that the confinement itself works as a preamble to the torture, and you should pace yourself. Don't take anyone before they are ready.
Understood.
Sounds from the torture chambers are shuttled in through those pipes in the ceiling. Manage your victims well, and let one prisoner's pain instill terror in his cellmate.
This will be on the test.
Ah, you again. Why was my pupil? My pupil. I do take pride in that fact. Is it so wrong?
Alright, I fixed a piece of machinery that was affecting a lever somewhere. I guess now I just have to go find the lever. We've gotten to the point in Amnesia where my memory has grown quite hazy. Oh, these levers, right. There we go.
Daniel, you have gone too far. I have to stop you. I can't let you proceed any further. I'm sorry, my friend.
Whatever you say, dude.
Was there something else? You got the doors open? Good going. I knew you could do it.
What? I don't know what you're referencing. Wait, this? I don't know who Day 9 is, but did they fucked with somebody here? Listen, you just put the meat on the rope. Caught myself a big one. Okay. The bone is covered in mucus. I'm gonna need that for something. This is a nice big area.
How much more, Baron? How much more am I supposed to withstand? Kill me already! Kill me!
This one. Prepare him.
Look at all these fun drawings on the floor. Okay, yeah, here's where we get to look at some really cool torture devices. Take a look at this one. I don't need to describe how this works, so just look at the picture. It's meant to lengthen your legs. You know, there is actually like a surgery. I saw a video about these stupid guys who had a surgery performed to extend the length of their legs, and then they had to undergo like physical therapy to be able to walk again. Notes on torture. There are quite a few things to be said about torture. I had figured that the reaction I would get from the victims would be highly individual. Thankfully, this is not the case. The humans all have a very similar approach to dealing with physical pain and the terror of anticipation. I can't stress enough the importance of restraining the victims before proceeding. Even the most timid creature can break out in fits of violence where their strength exceeds their expected prowess. If proper care has been put into breaking the victim, this should not be a problem, but it will also hinder the effect I am after. The right steps to take are, therefore, to restrain while the victim is still dazed. Proceed by presenting the form of torture you are about to apply, and then to continue with the actual act. The point of presentation is to infuse terror. The human mind is extremely efficient. It will trigger itself into greater fear simply by imagining it. While applying pain, make sure to avoid massive damage, as it will prove more efficient if the process can be sustained. Also, apply the pain in doses, if possible with breaks to let the body settle. If you are whipping or cutting the victim, strike once, wait for the pain to subdue, and then strike again. As long as the body suffers, it will continue to produce the vitae and saturate the blood with its properties. Only with careful performance will the victim yield maximum effect. If the victim doesn't behave as expected, it is likely that all will be for naught. Before this happens, feed them the amnesia drink and try again later. Is it you, my love, I miss the most, or is it perhaps myself? I know what I have become. I am not blind. I am a monster to them, a demonic sultan, perched on a dark mountaintop. There is little I can do to redeem myself. The Black Eagle fears me, and after Napoleon's defeat, it is only a matter of time before they will demand my head on a platter. I must remove myself from this land. This time it must work. If I can't return home now, I shall perish. Picked up string. A tough string made from hemp. Oh yeah, look at this picture. This picture gets all fucked up when you have low sanity. Yes, in this case it would be Alexander of Brandenburg.
The cradle is ready.
Good.
You're a man. How can you partake in this?
Is he all right?
He is one of the wicked. Don't pay his lies any attention.
I'm not a bad man. It was an accident.
He set a man on fire.
It wasn't my fault. Why won't anyone listen?
That's horrible.
Of course. We are dealing with monsters here.
Ugh. Not only were the people being tortured, but they had orbs of madness infecting them.
Whatever you want. Anything. I'll do anything. I'm innocent.
This is the torture device that goes right up your ass. I'm not joking. One more to look at. The rapist hanged upside down, his tears soiled with blood flooding from his belly. The saw between his legs had lodged itself in the hip and wouldn't move any further. The men stepped back and waited for the victim to drain. And there is the orb. And there is the final torture device. Weren't we just talking about castration yesterday? Although I must admit the castration of rapists is a little different than the castration of children. Neither is a very nice thing to think about.
Daddy, good to see you. You seem to have found all the wall pieces used in the transfer. Go to the choir and find the rest.
Alright, got 3 more ore pieces to find. We're getting pretty close to the end, I think, if I remember correctly. In court, the Order of the Black Eagle spewed their politics at each other. While I sit quietly in place, willfully forgotten, once in a while someone will notice me and lose themselves in a silent cower before regaining their senses. They all know I am the one and the same Alexander who helped their fathers and grandfathers to found this great order. I've seen them take their fathers' places, and they too will grow old and pass away, while I remain the same, aged not by time but by anguish. Agrippa channels Weyer. Weyer taunts me from the other side. I trusted him with my true reason for my efforts, and still he insists on me releasing Agrippa. How an enlightened man can show such lack of compassion in his seat of power disgusts me. I can't bring myself to part from Agrippa, as he is and has been for centuries my only link to the worlds beyond. Weyer claims he tries his best to release me from my banishment, but that he needs me to give him Agrippa first so he too can help. If he could guarantee success, I would happily oblige, but how am I to part from him if my return might be denied? I know what they are capable of. I've seen their deception. Optimism is a most hopeless feeling, but I must retain it. I shall prepare for his release. To release Agrippa without killing him, Weyer told me to feed him a tonic made from a paralyzer, vitae, and tempter. The poisonous fungi should work as a paralyzer if I can find the internal gland from a large specimen. The choir seems to be fertile grounds for this sort. I should then be able to extract its contents with the proper tools. The vitae could be extracted as usual from any agonized human victim's blood. Just need large amounts to distill it properly. Remember to collect this during the next torture session. Tempter, on the other hand, will prove more difficult. I don't think it exists in this world. Simply writing the word with these letters looks wrong. I believe it's a property of the secretion in the water-dwelling carank. I will have to address Weyer with this, as he will have to supply me with a host. Also, a properly prepared well should suffice to contain it. Well, we already have 2/3 of the ingredients we need. Just gotta go find myself a big mushroom. I can't believe it's almost 7 already.
15th of August, 1839. The blood wards are failing. The shadow beckons, and its cry disarms my actions. Hurry. No time to spare. You have to kill another. Alexander produces a knife. He wants me to cut the flesh. Do it. Save yourself. He is a murderer, Daniel. He is evil. A cold-blooded killer. Hurry. Alexander, you must let me be. I have to concentrate. Paint the man, cut the lines, cut the flesh, watch the blood spill, let it come. Please, I didn't do anything. Paint the man, cut the lines, paint the man, cut the lines. Please, the man cries. Now you see. I did well. One life for another. You hear me, guardian of the orb? I did all this for you. Now, once more, withdraw your shadow from my domain. Alexander, there isn't much time. I can feel it. We must act swiftly. I will do whatever it takes.
And there we go. We can now see why Daniel wanted to forget. Wise. Buzz off. The thick liquid spread across his tongue. He swallowed excessively to consume every drop. He looked through the window at the widespread forest in the morning sun. Will this ever end, he thought. Yeah, exploring this place fucking sucks.
What are my intentions, Daniel? Salvation. It used to be yours, but now you only seek misplaced revenge. How do you justify your violence? Is it for the greater good? Are you doing the world a service? It is you who caused all this pain and death. If you had accepted your fate and submitted to the orb when you first discovered it, none of this would have happened. It is curiosity in league with your selfishness that is killing us both.
Just gonna look for the pieces of the orb. The game's like main theme plays here. Oh great, the audio is crackling again. Why does this game have weird incompatibilities with modern computers? Hold on, I gotta save and exit so it'll stop. I had to do this once before too, hold on. Actually, before I start the game back up, let me go to the bathroom real quick. Okay. Gotta get my headphones back on. Well, gang, we're almost through. You ready to see the end of this? Well, we're not quite that close, but maybe another hour. Hopefully. This game was created by the Nords.
The wheel is good for keeping your victims still during the procedure. They can be bound around the circumference or simply stretched across, tying limbs to the spokes and rim. All tools are by this point useful, and you may administer the torture in any way you like. But the forte of the wheel is the gaps. When you have decided that the victim shall die, you can smash their limbs with a hammer, making them fold in between the frame.
But they'll die. Too quickly, I mean.
No, don't worry. The human body is much more resilient. They can survive for days until they finally succumb.
Another piece of the orb. I forgot there's more torture rooms. They're just in the choir. We'll make our way through the choir very patiently, very slowly. You know, the first time I ever turned my webcam on stream was during my stream of Amnesia 2. You may recall. Oh, this is a good hiding spot. Come and get me over here, asshole. There really is a guy coming. And off he wanders. This is safe.
Get her back.
I need something to break this open with. Too heavy. How about this? Here we go. After this, we only have one more orb piece to find. Here's the famous bull. We should know this one. The traitor did not know what to think of the brass bowl as he was forced to enter it. Only when the heat of the fire began to scorch his skin and cook his flesh did he realize it was to be his tomb. His screams of pain echoed inside the brass chamber and traveled through the complex instrument, which was the bull's head. Outside, the men could hear the brazen bull below. Humans are such creative creatures. I'd like to be left alone, please. I just turned into Stephen Merchant for a second there. Guy, look out, there's a giant bug crawling on your wall. The electric tennis racket is a godsend. We shall quietly navigate this place like a Dead by Daylight map. That was the entrance. I thought that was just a regular door. We have to go back in. We have to find one more torture chamber. Alright, where's that last fucking torture chamber? I am ready to be out of this place. Here it is. This is the one I'm told is fake. The old Iron Maiden. The forger stood absolutely still. The casket had been closed, but a faint light made its way inside. A myriad of spikes pointed at him, glittering as they waited for his body to slip just for a moment. His knee jerked and he felt blood trickle down his leg. In pain, his head fell slightly forward. It took him a while to realize his eye had ruptured and begun to leak. Yeah, I might be wrong about this, but I think I heard that the Iron Maiden was never a real torture device. Only conceptually did it exist. I could be wrong about that, but I heard something about it recently. You remember when there was an Iron Maiden in fucking Matilda? There. We are all done in there. Okay, we have to make the tonic somewhere. I don't know where to make the tonic. Yeah, the Iron Maiden is like the most famous torture device, and there's a very real chance that it is completely fiction. You know, we have evidence of some of these devices. The guillotine, not necessarily a torture device, but we know that existed. But, yeah. Recently I'd heard something about...
coming. Incredible. You found Vire's recipe. That there might still be a chance. Listen carefully. Alexander is working on opening a gate, a door to another realm. It's where he wants to go. If you could put your anger aside, let him open the portal before you take your revenge. Let me pass the gate, Daniel. Please, find the ingredients and prepare the tonic via describes. And do so before you assemble the orb. The barrier keeping you from the inner sanctum will only be breached for a short time. Unless everything is taken care of before mending the orb, you won't be able to save me.
Okay. Where can I prepare the orb? Or not prepare the orb, but prepare the tonic.
I see you have all the orb pieces you need. I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but if you could find it in your heart to gather the ingredients for Vire's tonic before
Yeah. I'll do it. I just have to figure out how to, dude.
Still be a chance for you to save me.
There is a door up here marked laboratory. I don't know if there's a way I can get in it. Okay, where do I have to go to mix the tonic?
I see you have all the art pieces you need. I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but if you could find it in your heart to gather the ingredients for Vire's tonic before attempting to mend the ore, there might still be a chance.
I don't remember where we can make the tonic. Oh fuck. Sleep. Yeah, scripted sequence, thankfully.
You had me worried. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what to do with you. I hold no grudge against you, Daniel. We are so very much the same, you and I. Did you really drink from the amnesia mixture? It does explain so much of your behavior. You never did finish what you set out to do. You talked about redemption, how you would face the orb's shadow and save our work, and me. I will grant you another chance to redeem yourself. You can
Prison
wait
break.
here and stop the shadow. Thank you, friend.
I'm a natural. I learned from Big Boss. Last prisoner note. There's little left to say. I write solely to prevent myself from revisiting the memories of these last few days. If I am fortunate, I will fall asleep and time will pass without effort. I have begun to wean myself of my prison. When I first arrived, I felt like I was being buried inside a tomb, but now I feel the closed walls comforting me. As long as I am in here, there is no pain. Walls protect me from the outside. I even laughed earlier as one of my wardens dropped a key down the pipes. Gave me hope for a second, thinking I could escape if only I could somehow reach it from here. In my dreams, Alexander, I am king. In my dreams, I best you and escaped your clutches and returned with all the knights of the realm carrying pistols and sabers. In my dreams. So there's a key down there? Huh. Where'd this guy come from? And back up we go. Somehow that will grab the key. I'm not going to worry about it. Adventure game logic. Never mind, it just gave me a bucket of water. Oh, the key wasn't dropped down the well. The key was dropped down a drain somewhere. We need the bucket of water to flush it. It wasn't even a cinema sin. It was just I assumed the key was down the well. No, it's down here. Cinema Sins is such a dumb YouTube channel, by the way. That's why I made that joke. Somebody made a parody channel called Gaming Sins that does the same thing but with video games. Out of the way. CinemaSins is basically that thing that you and Neo do, except from the perspective of people who consider themselves to be art critics. You know, the kind of people who think they can tell one type of wine from another.
Of August, 1839. Tonight, we will unlock the power of the orb and ultimately banish the shadow hunting me. I feel it closing in on me and I fear for my life more than ever. Just outside Altstadt lies a small settlement, a Zimmerman dairy farm, lives with his wife and 3 children. The coach went there. Our visit was unexpected, and Alexander was able to strike Zimmerman down without alerting the others. As he went to take care of the farmhands, I began to look for the children. We should have more than enough prisoners to finish the ritual now.
Those people aren't criminals, Daniel. They're just people. Alright, moving on. Ooh. This place is not looking so good. I don't imagine this castle is going to be standing for much longer. Sadly, Sky, we are not after treasure. We're simply after freedom. This. I do like how this game is basically a first-person adventure game at times. You know, like a point-and-click adventure game.
The castle trembled and I could hear the chancel collapse. The laboratory might be accessible now.
I've made the tonic, dude.
Quickly, off with the head. And then, whatever happens, get me through that gate.
I don't have a way to cut your head off. Now I do.
I found a Mithraev box. One which had not been planned. Do you know?
Alright, Agrippa's about to join the party. Alright, we got Agrippa. Yep. You're thinking of Juliet. Juliet from Lollipop Chainsaw. A game that I streamed, and a game I will restream when the remake comes out. I'm actually pretty excited for that game's remake, remaster, whatever it is. Lollipop Chainsaw repopped. Is it safe? No. No, we're still not done. Ow. Well, I can still get to that room over there, so let's go check. I wouldn't mind if Frictional did some sort of...
10th of August, 1839. I cannot believe what I have become. One of the girls escaped and I chased after her all the way upstairs. I hunted her down and... what is a life worth? How many lives can I take before I surrender my own? Sure, I would kill a murderer to save an innocent. But to kill an innocent to save myself? A cold-blooded murderer.
I wouldn't mind if Frictional did some sort of continuation of Soma in some way with a new character. I know Soma's concept would be harder to continue than Amnesia's. I guess I wouldn't mind seeing some sort of Soma-like. Another science fiction horror game from our friends at Frictional. What can I use to jam up those goddamn cogwheels? A rock? Yep. Oh, fuck me. How do I get around this fucker? Maybe if I wait for him to go back along that path. Where'd he go? Did he vanish? I mean, I'm not going to complain. And we're in. The inner sanctum. The Templars.
Never see it coming.
August 1839.
It's not fair. I'm not to blame. I've been manipulated by that demon. He played my guilty conscience and duped me into facing the shadow alone. That vile, conspiring man. He expects me to meet my death as he steals power beyond imagination? Alexander, I will kill you for what you have done. If only the shadow had caught me in London or Algeria, I wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. You made me a murderer. A monster.
And now, I merely await my death. I am too weak to press on.
I can hardly stand as my knees fail me. I cannot see as my eyes are dressed in tears.
I am as broken as the men I've tortured. If only I could wipe my fear away, as we did with them.
Here we go. That didn't open the door. I put blood on the things. I think that did it. Here it is. This, I believe, is the final room.
I was wondering if you were going to show up. I see Agrippa convinced you to run some errands. Tell me, is everything nice and clear now? Am I the villain? Good and evil. Such comforting concepts, but hardly applicable. Are you so blind that you see no good in me or evil in Agrippa? do that to me?
Yeah, fuck you.
I realize you doubt my intentions. Why would I take such extreme measures to save your life? Maybe I'm saving mine too. Stop it, Daniel. You are ruining it. We are so close, I beg you. I'm just like you, Daniel. A prisoner of circumstance. Trapped in a world I no longer recognize. As you gain your freedom, will you deny me mine? We are so close. Closer than I've been for centuries.
It was my greatest triumph, and I never looked back. You think I was afraid, fleeing Brennenburg? Huh. Quite the contrary. I knew it was my purgatory. Hellfire made to wash away my sins. There's no denying the things I've done, but I have paid my tribute. I gave them that awful man. I did the right thing.
That is the first ending. There are two more. They updated these credits. This game came out in 2010. Look how small of a team it is. The end. if I load my last autosave, we can see the other endings. And then we will wrap up the stream.
I was wondering if you were going to show up. I see Agrippa convinced you to run some errands. Tell me, is everything nice and clear now? Am I the villain? Good and evil. Such comforting concepts, but hardly applicable. Are you so blind that you see no good in me or evil in Agrippa?
We gotta wait for him to monologue this time. I'm fairly certain. Okay, we gotta wait for the portal to open. Yeah, I see that.
Do you see it? A whole other world. Oh, isn't it beautiful? I can finally return home. But you, I am sorry that you won't be able to enter. You are still tainted, branded by the shadow. It will soon be the way.
Please, let me go.
I will never tell you.
Thank you, my friend. Your sacrifice won't be forgotten. You will be celebrated forever.
That's the bad ending. And here we go, the last one. The last one, which in my head was always the canon ending.
I see Agrippa convinced you to run some errands. Tell me, is everything nice and clear?
We're just gonna wait for
now?
this again.
Am I the villain? Good and evil.
Hold on.
Such comforting concepts, but hardly applicable. Are you so blind that you see no good in me or evil in Agrippa? Isn't it beautiful? I can finally return home.
Oh, yeah?
But you... No, you fool! You have ruined us!
And here's the final ending. Oh, I can move.
There he is. Do you see him, Vaya? He deserves so much more. Please, help him. I know you can. Don't worry, Daniel. It will be all right.
There. All of the endings leave Daniel's fate fairly ambiguous, but I like the last one that I showed off best. Anyway, that's going to conclude Amnesia for now. There are 2 side games that I can play. I'm not going to do them tonight, but we may check them out this October, before October wraps up. We've still got quite a bit of October left. Until then, though, I'll be back Friday, most likely. and I hope you enjoyed. Until then, have a good night.